And we're still making our way through the Dark Shrine here. Sakoko's version of the, or her portion of this Dark Shrine area. Already enshrined all of our stuff. Don't have Emma for upgrades. Let's just go. Got our auto combo Omamori build. And we got 6 ears. Forgot about the ears? Yeah, bunny ears, fox ears, and human ears. We're unstoppable. This is different, I think. Sakoko's diary. Hinako really is fast when she goes all out, but when we're running together during gym class, she'll slow her pace down to match mine. The second she can go her own speed, though, she takes off with this look of unrestrained joy on her face. I always said that we had to do everything together. Get boyfriends together. Even get married together. Those were the selfish wishes of a child. Just like I'm a slow runner, and Hinako is fast, people have to live life at their own pace. Just because Hinako's moving a bit faster than me, doesn't mean she's betraying me. I was jealous and I couldn't even admit that to myself. I'm sorry, Hinako, for calling you a traitor. Okay. Some actual self-awareness from Sakoko's part. Are these more introspective memos new for New Game Plus Plus? Not sure if I remember them in New Game Plus. Yes. These are new memos. Giving us a deeper understanding of the other characters like Rinko and Sakoko. New insight. Shit. flip this back. That only lets you go into that little caged area. Back here, and then we can loop back around. Hey, Zekai. Mask becomes pink with the bunny costume? It does. She gets the pink fox mask to go with the pink outfit. And blood on her lips. Very reminiscent of Robbie the Rabbit. Just like Robbie in Silent Hill 3. Sakoko loved rabbits. I'm a rabbit. Everything's starting to make sense. Pages from an observation log. Hey, Mr. Rabbit, guess what? I heard Hinako's gonna go somewhere far, far away, and she might never ever come back. I'm so alone and sad. No frowns allowed. It's a good thing. I gotta smile as I say goodbye to Hinako. Tomorrow I'm gonna show Hinako my biggest, whitest grin when I tell her how happy I am for her. Yeah, instead of the more, like, completely unhinged notes from New Game and New Game Plus, we're definitely getting more, more implication that the characters are adults. That they're trying to... Someone like Sakoko is still trying to, like, be happy for her friend. Not just view her as a traitor. She recognizes that what she was trying to do was kind of childish, like expecting Hinako to live her life at the same pace as her, that they would do everything together. It's just not possible. Oh, we got him. Udzuti. Straw no Momori. Give me something cool. Camel? Didn't I have camel? Wait, didn't I get camel last time? Did I fuck up? Did I load the wrong save or something? Decrease current max sanity consumed by charge attacks. I thought I had the camel. Oh, I got all of Sakoko's diaries. I just got an achievement pop up for it. Sakoko's diary. I had a strange dream last night. In it, a god appeared before me and commanded me to restore Senensuke Shrine to its former glory. I had a strange dream today. In it, someone told me that I mustn't restore Senensuke Shrine. They must be revelations from opposing gods, but I already know my answer, because my dream is to restore Senensugi Shrine 2. The god who spoke to me yesterday said that there is an evil deity who has robbed them of their shrine. The god who spoke to me today said that the shrine had been used to worship an evil being, causing it to fall out of use. If I'm going to be forced to make a choice, then I will put my trust in the god who visited me yesterday. However, when I told the god from today that, they said this. The handwriting here looks nothing like Sakoko's. Foolish maiden, you wish to serve a malevolent god. I shall crush that empty head of yours. So Sakoko hearing voices, what I kind of suspected from the first time around, it was not just like her hearing things. It is these actual gods, the 1,000-year cedar and the fox. Both sort of at odds with each other. Sakoko's dream. Hey, Minimoto. Just finished this game last night. So fun, so frustrating. How's New Game Plus going? A bit better, I hope. I mean, when you say finish, did you actually do all endings? Finish doing everything? But yeah. Just the main run. Still a lot to this game. New Game Plus definitely adds a lot to it. She defined paper. Two must face each other as one to pray for mutual prosperity. Those who do shall lift their heads to level height, as if they were reflections in a mirror, as custom dictates. With the shading of light shall you condemn the past to the dark. Two must face each other as one to pray for mutual prosperity. Those who do shall lift their heads to level height, as if they were reflections in a mirror, as custom dictates. Okay, so I've had one version of this puzzle where they just face each other. That needs to be there. There it is. So now they've got to face away. Boxes both facing left, rabbits both facing right. Talon lampshade. Restraint lampshade. Sorry, Sakoko. Sorry, Sakoko. The cold embrace of adulthood beckons me. Definitely makes it a little bit more, you feel worse for Sakoko. Like, you already kind of felt bad for them the first time around, but you're also finding all of these notes and scenes that just kind of imply her friends being really shitty. But I feel like from this perspective now, it's like, okay. Hinako is thinking of them the first time around, like, as they were in their youth. As opposed to the adults that they are when she's actually being married, like in their 20s. Where even Sakoko had, like, kind of a more normal response there of like, it was childish to think that Hinako would just keep pace with her life, that they would get boyfriends together, get married, do everything together. She has that recognition and just wants to be happy for her, you know, at her wedding, even if she doesn't feel that way. So it's a little more emotionally, a little more of an emotional impact. Having that perspective. That like Sakoko and Rinko, they weren't just like shitty friends who secretly hated Hinako for one reason or another. They were kids with silly, selfish motivations that eventually changed and matured. Part of me wonders if it would have been better executed if it was told from the perspective of all the characters being adults, with another world being made up of glimpses to when they were younger. We know the characters as are adults, I think you mean, and we learn how they used to be instead of vice versa. I mean, now we've got Shu. I don't know if the whole game or like major portions of the game would have needed to be focused around them as adults, but there definitely should have been something where we see that aspect of reality. I mean, maybe we still will. I haven't seen everything the game has to offer yet. We've still got like 3 endings to get. But yeah, it would have been nice to have some moments to sort of show the wedding, the reality, the actual age of the characters, those kind of things. I just want to see if he says anything different about the items. Doesn't look like it. Studied my butt off for the kanji test. Yeah. Okay. Same dialogue. What worked with previous titles is that we're essentially seeing what's actually happening, albeit supernatural. This game feels a little too metaphorical. Still dig the story, wonder if that framing would have been better. Yeah, it is less like traditional Silent Hill games in that sense. It's a lot closer to something like Silent Hill Shattered Memories, where, you know, spoilers for anyone who doesn't know about Shattered Memories, but Silent Hill Shattered Memories, you play the whole thing and it's sort of like you're playing as Harry Mason. You're thinking that it is essentially the same as Silent Hill 1. And then when you finish the game, the big reveal, the big realization is that, you know, Harry died in a car crash when Cheryl was just 7. And you're just playing through Cheryl's therapy segments. So everything that you're experiencing is not a reflection of reality. It is just Cheryl making up scenarios in her mind that are loosely based on, like, difficult things that happened in her life with, you know, her ghost dad inserted as a character in the scenario. But otherwise, like, the majority of the game, what you're seeing, what you're experiencing is not reality. It's not reflective of reality. It is just what's going on in Cheryl's mind. This game is a lot closer to Shattered Memories in that regard, where you're pretty much never seeing an aspect of reality. You're only seeing these metaphorical or straight up delusional sort of views of these characters and places through Hinako's mind. Powering scent of herbs. Bandages. is one of the reasons why we felt like the first ending scene we saw felt like it was happening later than in the 60s. So I would not go that far. I think the time frame is technically still in the 60s. There's something I want to check eventually when I kind of start compiling all my notes and information, everything that there is in this game. But like the dates on the calendars during the Shimizu house, we've got calendars that are, you know, major turning points in the plot. Important dates where important things happened. And then we have a journal from Hinako where she says, like, tomorrow is my big day. But yeah, I need to check those dates. Because I think everything is still happening in the 60s. Oops, don't want those anyway. Can't pick up red capsules if your inventory's full. Shoes, memories, nothing in here. Really like Shattered Memories in F, but want a new game set in or related to the town. Yeah, same. Same. I like this game for what it is. I'm glad that they're trying to, like, experiment and open up and do new things, because that's going to be necessary for the franchise to evolve. But it's going to be a while before they figure out, like, what changes are good, what changes are not. So it's like, props to them for trying some different stuff. Even if it's not going to land with everybody. Like, the fox arm and action and, yeah, everything is metaphorical and in Hinako's head type of scenario. Doesn't land with me particularly well, but other stuff that it does do has been really good. And what's crazy is you're gonna have, I can already hear the angry typing of comments under the YouTube video in the future, where people are like, it's always been, Silent Hill's always been psychological and just happening in somebody's mind. And it's like, no, that was what made Silent Hill so scary. Go play Silent Hill 1. Listen to the words that Harry Mason says. Listen to the dialogue. Read the notes. Look at the context of that game. Not every game is Silent Hill 2. Where Silent Hill 2 is very much like how do you want to interpret these things? And there's many different ways you can interpret the same information. How much of it is real, how much of it is not. But Silent Hill 2 is an exception to the way the majority of the series is, especially just even looking at the first 4 Team Silent games. Silent Hill 1 is very much Harry realizing that, yeah, this is not a dream. What is happening to this place? He says that this is like reality becoming a nightmare. That Sybil and Kaufman, everyone is experiencing the same monsters, the same otherworld, the same nightmare. That it is happening in reality. It's not just something going on in somebody's head. It's not just, you know, people having hallucinations or delusions or anything like that. Everything going on is happening grounded in reality. So these types of games, like I said, this and Shattered Memories, and technically the way some people will interpret stuff like Silent Hill 2, there's a lot of fans who don't understand that aspect of Silent Hill, especially if you're new to this franchise. Like, if you just joined the Silent Hill fandom, you didn't play any of those original games, if you're only familiar with like Silent Hill 2 Remake and this and like maybe Short Message or something, you'll have a very different perspective of what Silent Hill is compared to what was established with the original games. And yeah, I like those games. I prefer having mysterious. I like having mysterious elements. I like being able to question what is real and what is not, but I don't like it just boiling down to every single thing is metaphorical and symbolic and just going on in somebody's own mind or perspective. I like there to be some aspect of reality going on. Carry not any memory of what has come to pass beyond this point. Lay all bare upon the pedestal first. The door shall not open to those who harbor regret in their hearts. Okay, I got one of them. What was the one I didn't grab? Ah. The Hinako drawing. See, and this sort of stuff is very strange to me. Because the implication is that this is done by Shu. Drawing of a young Shimizu Hinako. Drawn bad on purpose, with stupid, disgusting, etc. written on it. Like, we're supposed to get this idea that Shu supposedly was obsessed with Hinako and, like, just wanted to be with her the whole time. From the last ending, anyway, where he's bro-fisting Foxman while they objectify Hinako, like, right next to her. The fact that she literally speaks up and says, like, don't talk about me like I'm an object. Oh, wait, I didn't need to do that. I can just go back this way. Oh, never mind. It makes you go all the way through. As much as I like F and Shattered Memories, I'm a bit worried that's going to be the future of the series now. Pretty much all of it is in someone's head and not real, at least with Silent Hill 2. James is actively experiencing the nightmare of Silent Hill along with Angela and Eddie. With Shattered Memories and F, it's all just in someone's head. And even with Silent Hill 2, again, Silent Hill 2 Remake painted a very different perspective of 2 for players who are only familiar with the remake and not the original, as well as not the other original games, that because of stuff like loop theory being so prominent after the remake, there's a lot of people who view Silent Hill 2 as like, oh, it's just happening to James, because the loop theory sort of nullifies the importance of Eddie and Angela and Laura, like these other characters existing and experiencing these other things, when you just sort of boil it down to this is all James's delusion that he has to keep reliving, and it, you know, all revolves around him. It's why I'm not a fan of the loop theory, and why I don't think it's canon, but because Bloober included so many references to it, it's a very common takeaway for a lot of fans who are only really familiar with the remake. So I feel like that has become sort of the general thing, the general perspective on Silent Hill now, is anybody can have trauma and fight monsters and just be anywhere in the world, because if something can just be in somebody's head, you don't necessarily need a supernatural power or location or town or anything like that. You can just tell a spooky story. And you can. Here's the thing. Like, if you want to make psychological horror, that's psychological horror. That is just what psychological horror is. You can have trauma and monsters and symbolic meaning to characters and creatures and environments and crazy things happening to reality. All of those are just staples of the genre, not necessarily things that are particular to Silent Hill. What makes Silent Hill stand out against other things in the psychological horror genre are the town, the cult, the gods, the things that are specific to Silent Hill. And if we start just ignoring all of that in favor of the psychological aspect, yeah, you're going to get some maybe good psychological horror games. Like, I would say this is a very good psychological horror action game. But in terms of being a Silent Hill game, like being connected in the way that the original Silent Hill games are, it's a little lackluster in that regard. It still has some stuff there. It's not like it's completely devoid of the Silent Hill context of, like, we've got these essentially cultists following this fox god, performing rituals in a creepy town that there might actually be, you know, these ancient gods sort of at war with each other. So those aspects are there. All that context is there, but we're 2 endings deep, and a lot of that is just sort of background fluff rather than being more of the main focus. The main focus being Hinako as a character, moving into adulthood, having to say goodbye to her childhood friends, having to let go of, like, childish notions, the difficulties of being a woman and having expectations of being a wife or a mother or a woman in society. And I like those concepts. I think all those concepts are also perfect for Silent Hill. But yeah, I feel like we needed more of the game. We needed to see more of reality. We needed to see these characters as adults at the wedding. A little more context of the overall reality aspect of it.
幼い頃からの友人に別れを告げるのは辛いだろ
はい。いえ、するべきでした。もっと早くこんな姿をお見せして申し訳ありません。
謝らなくていい。むしろその痛みを強いた私の方が謝らねばならない。
I want Fox Mask to have alternate costumes. Can we do the Konami code on the title screen and have him, like, walk around in his underwear? Boxman moan on Konami code. Yeah, you just put the Konami code in on the title screen. Fox Mask is like, yeah, hazukashi.
Shu,
And then he's in his underwear for the whole game.
Rinko.
Anyway, I'm a bunny with a sledgehammer. Let's go find Shu and Rinko. What kind of underwear, though? It changes depending on your New Game playthrough. New Game Plus playthrough. Sometimes it's boxers, sometimes it's a banana hammock. Oh, he's got to have like a fundoshi. Technokami, same thought. I'm in a full-on bunny onesie. All good options. Hinako ends up on the ground a lot at the end of chase sequences, doesn't she? I mean, they're kind of trying to do the, like, Silent Hill 1 Harry keeps passing out and waking up and wondering if he's in a dream. Ramune. Box with a comb in it. The answer is yes, the whole thing's a dream. I mean, ending 1, the whole thing was a drug trip, and Hinako just murdered a bunch of people on her wedding day. Ending 2... Man, it's hard to even consider the context. Because presumably the wedding stuff, like all of that is still real. We still have these aspects going on. But we've got like Shu and Voxman dealing with it. I assume that's them actually like butting heads at the wedding. That Shu is like standing up, trying to explain his feelings. And Foxman is like, yo, I get it. But we're still seeing it in the context of like a delusion, like a crazy other world where Shu is still a student, you know, still wearing their uniforms and stuff like that. Those are the moments where I feel like the game really could have benefited from a cutaway shot, a cutscene, just something to contextualize what is going on and where and when. Give us just like a little glimpse, a little flash of everybody and their wedding stuff in reality. Boo, boo, boo. I love the ambient music here. Ow. Do a counter. Do a move I can counter. Not that. Oh, I bounced off the side of the rocks. He's gonna spew. I'm bouncing off environment. Dude, I would be so much more okay with the combat, except for that one thing. If it was just remove collision with the environments when you're in mid-attack. I can deal with the hit stop. I can deal with all the other gameplay mechanics that are like more intentional. But oh my god, I wish so badly that you just didn't hit things in the environment and completely interrupt your attacks. Know nothing about the other endings, only what's been seen so far, and I think they've been hinting at her being possessed by something. Either a corrupted half of her soul or some malevolent spirit. Yeah, I'm leaning towards people being possessed by Inari-sama and by the Thousand-Year Cedar, the other old god. I'm almost leaning towards, and I said it on my new game playthrough, where Hinako is sort of doing an Alessa. She's pulling an Alessa. And, like, literally split her soul between what she considers, like, her true self and her adult self. Because they're definitely hinting at aspects like that. Hopefully that's clarified in some of the New Game Plus endings and notes and stuff. That's my hope. I just want the monsters to be real, man. And Neon Umbra says they are. The other characters see them. The other characters are not real. Like, we're not seeing the real Shu and Rinko and, like, all of them. Just saying, like, oh, they see them and Hinako sees them makes them real. We're seeing people who are in their 20s who still look like middle school students because everything is being viewed through this delusion of Hinako's. We don't know how much of the other characters are actually real. Like, essentially none of what is happening in this game, for the majority of it, is happening in, like, reality, in context. That's the problem. We can't even confirm if we're the protagonist. Yeah, that's the thing. Especially to be like 2.5 playthroughs deep. I would have liked for there to be some more clarification on what's real, what's not, what is her delusion, what is everybody's actual age, what year is the game actually taking place in, who are we playing as a character, are the gods real, or is everything the result of... And there's like 5 different things that the game has thrown out as like a as a possible answer for the delusion itself. The first ending basically just says it's all the drugs. I'm dead. Holy shit. Heal please. Heal please. Heal please. Alright, so looped back around this way.
シュウたち、一体どこまで行ったんだ。
Tea. This game is making me advocate for loop theory. God help us all. I mean, here's the thing. Like a loop in a game, like a time loop type scenario, is not just inherently a bad thing. It's a bad thing to try and apply to something like Silent Hill 2 that already has an established purpose and meaning and story and intended idea for the characters and reality by the developers that has been around for the last 24 years. So taking something established where time loop stuff is not part of it and trying to force it in, like, I understand why Bloober did it. It was meant to be a little nod to popular fan theories. The game is absolutely full of nods to fan theories. But the problem is you're always going to have new fans who don't recognize that that's what they're going for. They don't understand the context. They don't understand that it's a reference to the fandom itself. So they just accept it as an explanation for the game. For something original like this, if they want to do a time loop thing, they can do a time loop thing. Ryukishi, the writer, is known for doing weird time loop stuff. So it wouldn't even be that unexpected. But then you start running into other problems when you're trying to do like time travel or time loop, which is, it's a very old trope. It's a very old trope that's been done in so many ways that to do it in an original way that is like clever and interesting and satisfying is really hard to do. Look at that Hans. Look at that Uma Musume. Omamori horse. Greatly decreases the amount of stamina consumed when sprinting in fights. Haunts get. Oh no. Inari-sama got shadow noises. Or a cat is walking across their keyboard. You've been possessed by a fox demon. Oh yeah, and then, okay, so I started talking about how the game had all these different reasons, like in context for what's happening, and this just reminded me of one. So there's like this weird green mist going on in some of these areas, and you find notes about this ancient story about water dragon that was worshipped, and the head of it flew off and landed in Ebisugaoka, and that it created this poison mist, this toxic gas in the area that affects people. So it's like, okay, is that supposed to be referencing an actual thing that's happening in the town? Is there poison gas? Is everybody just being affected by this gas and is just having crazy, you know, mental delusions because of it? Then there was a note that we found. Of course, you have the first ending, which basically just says it's the White Claudia pills. So you can just have, like, everything, nothing is real, everything is just Hinako's delusion from overdosing on pills and freaking out at her wedding. Then there was a note that we found about being able to talk to your inner self, but people who are able to do that could be an indicator of brain tumors. We found a note that was like, yeah, that's probably brain tumors. So it's like, what? Why are we giving all of these little shreds of information that are conflicting with everything else? It's like Sakoko is a priestess, and she can hear the voices of gods speaking to her, which implies that the existence of the gods are real, and that everything has this spiritual power, and there's all this stuff going on. Or you get her mailbox key and open up the mailbox, and it turns out it's just autism. That's literally what the note says. Is like, Sakoko has autism. I'm like, oh, okay. That's fucking weird. It's a weird way to do this. Oh, he's dead. That guy died. All right. Lots of offerings. What a horrible thing. I mean, so, like, let me try to find some of these notes. Doctor's note. Family physician. Sakoko's mother. Yeah, Sakoko hearing voices, talking, singing. She says the same thing happened to me when I was your age. Maybe that's just because they are like a family of Mikos and people who run shrines, that they have this actual connection. Sakoko's test results. Letter from the hospital. Test results. We've compiled the test results for Igarashi Sakoko below. Results. No abnormalities found. Observation. Shows characteristics of mild autism. All other test results were within normal range. Not unusual for pubescent children to claim they can see and hear things that are not real. As they mature, these issues tend to resolve themselves on their own, so I believe there's no need for concern. So they're treating it like it's, a childish imaginary friend type thing. Regarding her fear of the dark, response is proper and natural. Just let her mature at her own pace. Don't worry about the voices that she's hearing, the dreams that she's having. But they just kind of like, why even mention autism? It's such a strange thing to just kind of throw into the note like that. As, like, a reason for Sakoko being the way that she is. It's very strange.
で終わりだよね。さっきのあれ全部消えた？
Like some of the themes, and there's a lot, but they're not totally there. That is ultimately kind of how this game comes off to me, at least so far, is there's like 20 different ideas, and they're all pretty good ideas, but rather than really committing to one or two of those ideas and really fleshing them out, they just throw in like 5% per idea. So it makes everything kind of come off as very disjointed. Where it's like, okay, here's this very traditional town, and there are all these people who worship Inari-sama, and they used to worship this other god until the ancient tree burned down. And I'm like, okay, cool, I like it, I like it. And then it's like, oh, also there's just drugs, and people just take drugs and go crazy. And also there's brain tumors, and sometimes people get brain tumors and have conversations with their inner selves, and yeah, I mean, she's literally talking about, we're at the shrine, we're at the tree shrine. So I don't know. It's a bit strange, and I understand what they're going for. They're trying to do like a Silent Hill 1, where Silent Hill 1, you've got a lot of weird shit going on, and you don't really know how to explain it. Try to forget everything you know about Silent Hill 1 and imagine playing it for the first time. You don't know what's real and what's not. You don't know, is Harry dreaming? Is it a nightmare? Is it just an evil town? Is there something else going on? And then you have that scene with Sybil in Green Lion Antiques of like, must be on drugs. She thinks Dahlia, all of her crazy shit that she's talking about, she's just on drugs. Because the town has drugs and they sell them to the tourists. Oh, this is new. The sword. The malevolent blade never rusts. That was the achievement that just popped up. Sacred sword, an ancient sword that harbors a malevolent energy deep within its steel. Even if the blade chips, the mysterious power that resides in it will restore the weapon to its whole and unblemished state. Oh my god, it's got its own mechanics. Sacred sword. While it is sheathed, the sacred sword will recover durability when you attack enemies with other weapons. Oh, so it's got like built-in otter omamori. So it still has durability though? The crazy awesome sacred sword still has durability? While you cannot use the sacred sword to focus attack, oh, no focus attacks. Your gauge will remain untouched if you attack while focusing. However, if you are attacked while in this state, you'll automatically block the attack and be forced out of focus. You can perform a counter while wielding the sacred sword using R2, so long as the counter is possible, even if you're already in the middle of an attack. Oh, this doesn't update now that we have it? Oh, and it's a separate... It's its own, like... I don't have to get rid of one of my 3 weapons. It's its own, like, extra weapon slot. Oh... And it moves us forward. It's just like the Silent Hill 1 katana. Whoosh % incoming. Oh my god. Whoosh % in this game when you can bounce off of everything in the environment. It also has durability. How would you do the rules on that? Yeah, I don't know. Katana only... We'd have to figure out a build so that it just doesn't lose durability. Which we should be able to do with the right Omamori. Okay, so now that I have the sword, for this ending that I'm going for, it said not to purify it. Which I'm pretty sure I know where that happens. There's like a little shrine up near Shu's house. It's got like a, it's got like a pool of water in the back that you can examine. You can like interact with it. But it didn't do anything the first time around or the second time around. So I imagine that's probably where to take the sword. Gotta stop by, say hi to the White Claudia. All the red capsules. Oh, I love this scene. Good music and stuff here. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is the second time a protagonist is able to use a katana. I might be very wrong. You're very wrong. Silent Hill 1 has a katana. Silent Hill 3 has a katana. Silent Hill Origins has katanas. Yeah, I like that song.
家の中で2人を待つか。
Oh, right. It gives me the katana right before a big, long Dark Shrine section where I don't even get to use it. The bunny ears on the silhouette. I love it.
シュウ、リンコ。シュウ。
Why is that framed? It's like a comedy. It's like a comedy edit. With just the big monster arm reaching in and grabbing her and pulling her through from like the perfectly sideways camera view. And then there's this, where in New Game, Foxmask is here. Like, she's talking and responding to Foxmask. New Game Plus, it's just her by herself. Again, what is the implication supposed to be? Like, is he not real? Is he just possessing her? Is that the idea? She's like, I don't see you, but I can feel you inside. Is the blood on her mouth new? It's part of the costume. It's part of the bunny costume when you're in the Dark Shrine. They give you a bloody mouth because it's like Robbie. You're a pink bunny, just like Robbie, and Robbie had the iconic blood stain around his mouth. You get it? Do you get it? Do you understand the reference? I know that. I saw the thing that I recognized and I clapped. Really thinking something's possessing her, maybe even at the wedding too, might not have just been the drugs. I mean, yeah, at this point, there's no way it's going to be strictly a drug thing. Bandage. Lots of faith items, not a lot of Emmas. I still have a bunch of upgrades I should be able to get, and I feel like New Game Plus Plus has given me, like, one? Have I only gotten one? Just the one for the Omamori slot? I don't think I found another one since that. So what does the F stand for? Lots of things. The developers themselves have said that it stands for a lot of things, and they'll let people figure out which one means the most to them. Flowers, foxes, friends, family, faces. Honk. Hey, Father Ikari. It's going pretty well. Hope you're doing all right. Wonder what reason they would bring the flower over here to begin with, other than the cult trader thinking this would be really fucking funny. I mean, I like the idea that the cult was trying to spread its influence. Into other parts of the world. And, you know, start with the drugs. Start with the drugs, get people fucked up, and then you can get them believing in your crazy god stuff. There. Went up there. In through there. Again, I love all the little drawings and stuff on the map. No, you're breathtaking. We need a Keanu Reeves meme. That I can just press a button and respond to the fox mask. Let's draw an Omamori, since I'm not getting any more upgrades. Beetle greatly increases damage inflicted to stunned enemies. Let's do another one. Weasel. Greatly increased damage dealt by normal attacks, but Hinako will no longer be able to stun enemies. Interesting. Hold my monster hand.
行こうか。
はい。ご一緒に。
見たまえ。皆が私たちを祝ってくれている。
Trying to get a good look at all these characters. Like, are these repeated character models, or are they all unique? I think they might be repeated, yeah. And then we have Junko. Thanks, Junko. I love this side shot with the bunny ears and fox ears. All right, Rinko.
Rinko?
私たちの世界からひなこが死んでいなくなる日なんだから。
リンコ、私はあんたの願い通り死んでいなくなるから。だから私のことなんか忘れて幸 幸せに生きなよ。
忘れてやる。手伝ってやる。私の記憶から世界からお前の名前なんて全部消えたんですよ。
消されない。私の名前は清水ひな子。
Anime!
私の気持ちを知ってたくせにずっと傾いて憎い。お前が憎い。
見たくなかった。こんなリンコ見たくなかった。
私がバカだったよ。前にずっと騙されてた。
騙してなんかない。
痛い。銃のそばから消えろ。死ね。呪ってやる。幸せになんかさせない。
お前の幸不幸はお前の責任だ。
お前は
Easy.
見たくなかった。リンコのこんな姿。でも今は嬉しい。お別れにさえして私たちはようやく本音を語り合えたね。
See, again, I feel like, is this in context at the wedding? Is this all just a visual metaphor for
リンコの世界から
Rinko confronting
清
Hinako
水ひな子
at her
は消
wedding,
えた
being
ね。
like, I hated you, I always felt like you were in the way between me and Shu,
幸せに
and Hinako just being like, look, I'm being married off. You can just forget all about me. Worry about your own happiness. But she can't because Shu is still obsessed.
ひな子私はじゃない。
どうしたひな子。
私は
君はひな子じゃないか。
私は
君はひな子だ。
私は清水ひな子じゃない。私は
Tsuneki Hinako.
ひな子。
そうだよ。君は私のひな子だ。
Wonder which ending will address the cursed blood of Shimizu notes we found in the library? Yeah, we found that as well. Going back to the conversation earlier about how there's all these little bits and pieces where it's like, here's notes and context talking about drugs, here's notes and context talking about gods and actual spiritual powers, here's notes and context about medical disorders and brain tumors and autism. But then here's also the library talking about sacrifices and the cursed blood of the Shimizu line, and like this other stuff going on. It's too much. There's too many plot threads and not enough conclusion to any of them to, like, I don't know, give a satisfying sort of like aha moment where it's like, oh, I'm piecing together what's going on. They just wanted to give a wealth of info for people to discuss and argue about on what's happening for a long time. I mean, that's very appropriate in terms of Silent Hill. That's the thing. You're going to have fans talking about this stuff no matter what for years to come. That's just Silent Hill fans in general. Whether you give us a lot of complex plot or a lot of just straightforward explanation, people are still going to bring their own interpretations to it and discuss it ad nauseum for the rest of time.
お父さんもお母さんもそして大切な妹であるあなたもね友達もみんな殺したわ
私は殺されたくない
今日それを口にすることがどれだけ恐ろしいか分かってる
もちろん
今日までに何度も言ったかもしれないけれどもう一度だけ言うわね生はあなたが選びなさいだけど今日その選択には特別な代償が伴うそれもあなたが生き延びた時にだけあなたがおとなしく殺されるなら何の代償もないお姉ちゃんはひな子に幸せになってほしいよ
お姉ちゃん
Same thing with Junko. There's like Junko seems like a really interesting character in the dynamic of everything going on with Hinako and the rest of her family. Like, you have the opportunity to have this character who's already gone through what Hinako has gone through and try to provide some insight. And it's very back and forth. We have like the line from Shu where he says, "Oh, Junko told me to like look after you." And again, I'm like, is that real? Did Junko actually tell Shu that? That seems very at odds with the Junko that we see throughout the rest of the game, who's kind of mostly leaning towards like just accept it. She's like, I got married and now I've got a creepy monster mask and stuff like that. You'll be happy when you get married and accept your monster side. Have you ever thought maybe we're the ones on drugs?
時間がない二人とも待っててすぐ行く
I feel like drugs might help. I don't know if I need to backtrack that much. I think a lot of stuff is hidden in knowledge of knowing Japanese myths and such, so it could be a fun deep dive to have. That's the thing. I'm not, like, completely ignorant when it comes to that. I've been to Japan. I've been to temples. I've taken part in, like, little cleansing traditions and things like that in shrines.
後で
Obviously, I'm not Japanese. I'm not that fluent in the language. But the culture has been something that has interested me for a very long time. Especially a lot of the, like, traditions, demons, you know, yokai and onryo. Oh, another achievement there. Clinical trial. Apparently I got all of these. The other version of myself and I have talked for many nights now. Through these fervent discussions, I've come to the conclusion that Hinako needs to speak to her inner self just as I have. So again, this was something potentially, I think, from Shu, talking about using the capsules, the White Claudia pills, to be able to have an introspective discussion with yourself and work out your issues. And Shu's like, it's been working for me, maybe it'll work for her. It's clear she's not currently in her right mind. Why else would she even consider accepting that farce of a marriage that has been pushed upon her otherwise? There's no point in trying to force Hinako's opinion to change. She must make this realization for herself for it to stick. If she could just talk to her other self within her dreams, I'm positive she could be led back to rationality. Typo. There's still some notes with typos. And then she would realize just who truly has her best interests in mind. Wouldn't want a non-weeb assessing this, to be honest. I try to add insight and knowledge where I can. And I mean, it's definitely stuff I'm still going to do a deeper dive on, do more research into, just the same way I do for all the other games. Like, I'm also not very well versed in just like Western religion. I didn't grow up religious. I'm not a very religious person. So even a lot of like biblical mythos and things like that, I had to learn a lot of that because of Silent Hill. It's not something that I would have been interested in otherwise, you know? So, same is going to apply to this game. Is that a one-shot auto counter? Ooh. Let's go. Finally getting to use the katana.
また私を惑わすのか。
Do it. Like how it's so heavy for her to swing? Yeah, so far this is one of my favorite weapons. Just in terms of the usage and everything around it. How the animations and everything. The lunge pulls her? Yeah, we were already playing around with that earlier. Gotta do whoosh percent. I did Silent Hill 1 whoosh percent because that's the only other game in the franchise where swinging the katana propels you forward. And now we have a new Silent Hill game where I can propel myself forward with the katana, so we gotta do whoosh percent at some point. I need to change weapons so we get our sword durability back. Swords on average are rarely more than 4 to 5 pounds, especially katana. Katana are usually fairly light. But it is an ancient, you know, sacred sword that harbors a malevolent energy deep within its steel. Maybe it's heavier than usual. Monk. Okay, just keep spamming command grab. Nothing there. There's so many weird little dead ends in this game that I keep thinking, like, on the first playthroughs, I kept thinking it was going to be stuff that'll open up for New Game Plus. And a lot of them are still just closed. It's weird little dead ends. Do the counter move. Regardless of weight, Hinako's like 14 here, right? That is the biggest misconception of the game that I keep seeing people bring up. Hinako is in her 20s. The age that we are seeing the characters is not their actual reality. It is Hinako being stuck in her youth, in the past, not wanting to let go of the identity for herself that she has made throughout her youth. She doesn't want to let go of that to, like, move into adulthood. She is not actually 14. These kids are not actually students. They're in their 20s.
町で一番古いお稲荷様だ。
Inari sushi. Okay, so this, I think, is where I would purify the sword. And for this ending, I don't think we want to do that. Do we have a Hokora nearby? Hey, what's up, lad? How's the game? I mean, it's pretty good. It's got some... It's got some stuff in it. It's got a lot of stuff in it that I like. It's got some things in it that I don't like, but overall I enjoy the game a lot. It's got some stuff in it. Look, I have to be careful with the words I choose, because people take everything I say out of context. There's already a bunch of YouTube comments of people being like, I agree with you, this game is absolute dog shit and doesn't reflect Silent Hill at all. And I'm like, what? I never said that. I never said those things. There are things that I complain about, but people will take, like, the one moment of me complaining and interpret that to be like, oh, I just hate everything. But no, it's a really cool game. I think it works a lot better just as something else in my brain. Like, trying to justify it as a Silent Hill game requires a lot more mental gymnastics. And I'm not a fan of really going through that effort just to, like, be like, oh, it really is a Silent Hill game, or, oh, it definitely isn't. About 70% of the game has the tone and the feel of a Silent Hill game. And then the other 30% feels like they really wanted to make Bloodborne 2. And they were like, these ideas are cool, let's just put them in there. It feels very, like, disjointed. The tone is not consistent. One of my biggest issues with the game is that the tone is just all over the place. You'll go from a very emotional, interesting bit of dialogue or really intriguing notes about the lore and the history of the town and these gods and all this other stuff that's going on, and then immediately be thrust into anime action scene where people are screaming exactly what they think and feel right into the camera. And it's like, whoa. Where did this go? My sword is already all the way back. There's Fox Mask, Kotoyuki.
落ち着いて。怖がってるだけだから。怖くない。怖くないよ。大丈夫？すごいち。
I like how she checks on the actual fox first. before she checks on Kotoyuki, she checks on the fox.
早く行って。もう街に迷い込んじゃダメだよ。
僕は琴雪って言います。君は？
私はひなこ。清水ひなこ。
そんなこともあったな。どうして今思い出すんだろうな。
Chocolate.
お父さん、ひなこに謝ってください。ひなこの許しを得ないことには絶対にお父さんにお見送りはさせませんからね。
Oh. Hinako's mother trying to, like, reason with her father? Why is Kotoyuki's hair white? I know that's a futile question, but it bothers me. Does he dye it? Is he part fox now? Is he a one-winged angel of lemon tea varieties? Asking the real questions. He's just an anime bishonen. So you gotta have long, pretty white hair. That's the rules. Go ahead and do that for some sanity. Box. Oh, I got all the diaries of revenge. I'm getting lots of achievements for finding all the notes. On the 21st, 13 Ebisugaoka residents were brutally killed in broad daylight. The police department has yet to find the killer. Kinshu Paper, Morning Edition, May 22nd, Meiji 13, 1880. This was a truly horrible incident. Police investigations pulled up nothing, and construction on a large-scale dam began soon after, drawing a whole new workforce to Ebisugaoka that rapidly developed the town. Before long, everybody had forgotten about the mass murder. I, however, have not forgotten. There is something very peculiar about this incident. According to multiple eyewitness reports, the killer was a giant of a man, over 2 meters tall, who'd covered himself head to toe in tree bark and roots fashioned into a kind of armor. On top of all that, he also wore a no mask. He marched around the town preaching the following: "You worship false idols. The foxes lead you astray. Destroy their foul statues. If reverence is not given to the divine tree, then that water dragon shall arise once more to bring calamity upon this land." The man then proceeded to butcher everyone in his path with a katana. I'd wager that the perpetrator was some kind of divine tree faith fanatic. To the followers of the old practices, the transition of faith from the divine tree to the Inari statue is surely seen as an unforgivable act of blasphemy. It's entirely possible that the strange guise he wore was to replicate the giant monk who founded the religion in the Kamakura period. According to another eyewitness report, we also know that what happened to the man in his final moments. This too, unsurprisingly, has been made out into some kind of divine happening. A thick fog swept in, and from it appeared a pack of eerily glowing foxes. They circled around the man, surrounding him, and then everything was swallowed by the fog, leaving nothing behind. What juvenile drivel. Interesting that these are not just diaries, not just journals from the time period. These are being, like, read by somebody, commented on somebody. Somebody who's doing research into the history of the town and the gods and sort of sharing their thoughts on it. Emma. Finally, another upgrade. Hey, Goddess of Day. Yeah, this is the third playthrough. Let's go with more sanity. And draw an Omamori. The elephant presenting its rear end. Prevents staggering from normal attacks, but greatly increases damage taken. So you can just tank through attacks, but you take more damage. Interesting. Okay, switch weapons. Picks up the sword. Snacks. Actually a sickle. Let's place the bat. Okay. Still recovering sword durability. Another Emma. Whoa. What is this? I'm gonna save before I interact with this. If I can. Wait, where's the... This way. Ran right by it. I need to make a save because I thought the pool of water was how you purify the sword, but now we're able to interact with another Jizo statue. And I don't know what I'm going to do when I complete this action, so we're saving first, just to be sure. Giving up the brooch. Oh, but does that lock me out of all the fox boxes and stuff? I don't know if I actually wanted to do that or not. Oh. Oh. You want a real answer? No. Thinking out loud. Speculating on things. But that's interesting. Interesting. Well, I've got another upgrade. Let's get the health. Everything is at that level. And draw no Momori. The Tanuki needs way larger balls to be a Tanuki. Turns physical damage received into sanity damage. So instead of taking health, it'll just drain your sanity first? I mean, if you're doing like a no sanity type of build, that could be interesting. Just use it as a resource, as like a shield. Your over shield. A wild but accurate statement? Look, we were talking earlier about all of the Japanese culture aspects, and if you know anything about tanuki, they're supposed to have massive balls. They just are. Alright? I didn't invent them. Don't put this on me. I'm just sharing my folklore knowledge with you. What the fuck was that? She didn't move. She just stayed in place for the auto counter. Katana is fully charged. Already got all the stuff in here. Offering the brooch didn't lock you into the wrong thing? I don't think so. I think the only requirements for the ending I'm going for right now, ending number 3, were don't take any pills, which I've already committed to that, and to collect the divine sword, but not purify it. So, as long as I don't take pills, as long as I have the sword, and as long as I don't purify it, I think we're good. It might have an impact on the following playthrough if I don't have that brooch, because it's used to open some extra boxes and doors and things. And I don't know if offering it up is going to be part of the ending, because ending 4 has question mark requirements. It has stuff that is like not revealed when you look at it. Because you can just look at the endings from the main menu and see what is required. This game doesn't like make it a mystery the way it is with like older games where you have to figure out exactly what changes your ending in Silent Hill 2, how much time you spend around Maria, the way you interact with certain things, how much you look at certain items in your inventory. You have to figure all that out on your own. This game, you just go on the title screen, you select endings, and it's got them all listed out with their requirements. Except for ending number 4. which has some question marks. It tells you some of the things that are required, but not everything. So the brooch might be involved with that. Get out of my way, Chungus. Must have had a bug then, because it told me? Told you what? Had no question marks? Did you already get multiple endings when you looked at it? Because it had question marks when I looked at it after my first playthrough. Maybe those question marks get removed after you've already seen, like, ending 2 and ending 3. Makes sense. Your third was UFO ending. I'm thinking I'm going to do UFO last. But, I don't know. We'll see what all happens after this ending. Hiya! Hiya! Isn't her parents usually in front of the house at this point? I didn't see Hinako's parents there. Oh, you're right. That's later. That's later. That's when we're running through his fox form. Getting ahead of myself. I thought I was already at that point of the game. Okay. Moshi Moshi.
Moshi Moshi.
清水さんの 宅でお間違いないでしょうか。岡本水産でございます。毎度ごひいきに預かり誠にありがとうございます。
もしもし。
Okay. First off, I was curious if that was going to be the same phone call as my previous New Game Plus playthrough. Now I've got to wonder on New Game if that's a different phone call. Also, Okamoto Fisheries, the producer of the Silent Hill franchise, including this game right now, the overall series producer at the moment, is Motoi Okamoto. Might be a little reference. Might be a little reference to Motoi Okamoto. Let's go ahead and draw an Omamori. Get another one. Oh! Obtained all the Omamori available from Hokora. This is the last one that I can draw. So there's other ones in the game that I can still pick up, but that's the last gacha one. The Daisy. Sanity and stamina are unlimited, but Hinako will die instantly from any physical damage. Unlimited sanity and stamina, but instant death as soon as something hits you. Okay. All available Omamori have been drawn. Well, I'll be sure to use that once I get used to the game enough where I'm, like, confident in no damage runs. Yeah, the carcinogen Omamori. Specifically for no damage runs. Shoutouts to Carcinogen SDA. What if you have the one that takes sanity instead of HP? I mean, I could try it. I could try it. Let's try to make a katana build with the Daisy Omamori. So, always have sanity and stamina. And then physical damage received turns into sanity damage. Weapon durability consumption decreased performing light attacks. If I need to avoid damage, perfect dodges, maybe something around perfect dodges. Rabbit for some extra counter opportunities after perfect dodge. I kind of still like the auto counter. We'll try this. We'll see if this combination, if these two things don't work, if Daisy and Tanuki don't work together, then this build just falls apart. But if they do work together, this could potentially be really good. Harry can do all this with no Omamori. That's why Harry's the best. I can't open Fox boxes. No, my brooch. What do I actually get for giving that up? Since I don't get those boxes anymore. Oh, that's interesting. Also, what would I do to get it back? Do I have to do a new game playthrough again to get that back? Damn, so many questions. Hinako's diary. It's midnight and I'm awake. That means that I won. My big day is tomorrow. No, the sky is becoming brighter, meaning today is tomorrow. It's my funeral today. No, my execution. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to die. Why do I have to die? You're not going to die, Hinako. You're always going to be you. Yeah, right. Sure, my name will be the same, but they're just going to slap it on some other stack of meat, some other sack of meat. You aren't a baby bird anymore, Hinako. Don't you want to spread your wings and venture out into a brand new world? Then you can go and die if you want. Don't drag me down with you. Okay. The Hinako clinging to her youth and identity at odds with the Hinako going along with the marriage and becoming an adult. And I know we had a similar diary, but I remember one having like a date on it. April 6th. My big day is tomorrow. I can't back out. So April 7th, which is one of the calendars that we get during this section of the game. Which I think gives us a year as well. To start kind of timelining stuff out. I'll take the axe. The sickle's about to break. Okay. The sword and the fox fought, battling upon a set of scales. After a long and vicious fight, the fox fell to the sword. In the aftermath, their seal upon the land vanished without a trace. The sword raises itself heavenward. The scales now dedicated to the rising sun. Now go, white bird, fly away and never come back. The white bird took to the air and flew towards the horizon, becoming a silhouette against the setting sun. Now nothing remained upon the land. Okay, so there's our hard mode version of this puzzle. Compared to Story and Lost in the Fog. I like this puzzle. Very reminiscent of the Silent Hill 2 coin puzzle. Okay, so October 6th, 1962.
なんでここにこの日付何か大事な日だった気が私のうちどうなってるの
Isn't there usually a Kashimashi in here, like instantly? Maybe that's on the next go-around? That's your birthday? Happy belated birthday! That was just a few days ago. It's already October 10th. Tomorrow is my wife's birthday. Tomorrow's Rachel's birthday. Oh. Okay, the build does not work. It does not drain your sanity. Daisy and Tanuki do not work together. Now we know. Now we know. In that case, consumed by charge attacks. So durability does not decrease on focus. Let's try the home run build, but with the katana. We can put Otter in there, so that if we switch off of it, it'll restore durability even more. Decrease sanity when using focus. Actually, do I lose sanity when using focus? Yes, with the katana, I still do. Sanity when using focus. We don't need to worry so much about focus charge time. Just tapping it before we attack so that we maintain weapon durability. still really like Serpent. Serpent and Mantis. Plus Swordfish. So that you get your auto counter. That might be the way to go, actually. That might be the way to go. Auto counters. Health after counters. Unlimited stamina after counters. And then sanity after defeating enemies. Swallow would be good for damage. Damage with high durability. Maybe. Could also just do Sakura and get more benefit out of the Mantis. Could just do Kudzu Leaf for some stats. Let's just do that for the increased stats. Today I realized that Silent Hill 2 is the only game without a knife as a weapon, unless you want to count the Great Knife. I mean, I feel like the Great Knife should count. Can't you use Angela's knife? Not as a weapon, no. You can examine it. You can look at it in your inventory. You cannot wield it. Because Silent Hill 1 has the petty knife that you pick up in the diner. Silent Hill 3, you have Heather's switchblade. Silent Hill 4, you have the paper cutting knife. Origins, you have meat cleavers and kitchen knives. Homecoming has the combat knife. Shattered Memories doesn't have combat at all. If you want to count that. No knife, no anything else. I hate this fucking game. I don't hate the game, but moments where I'm trying to fight something in a tiny little corridor and I just take away the environmental collision during combat. Holy shit. I think that is like one of the most frustrating aspects of the combat in this game, is so many narrow little corridors and tiny little doorways and tiny little rooms and hallways where you're trying to fight something, especially something like that, where that enemy's whole thing is that it spews shit on the ground to keep you away from it. You have to try and approach it and then get your feet stuck. And to have it just stand in a doorway where it's like, okay, even if I'm locked on, even if I'm trying to just thrust forward through the door frame, you just hit the damn wall. I hate it. Hate it. Washing machine flyer. Be mesmerized by the swirling dance of washing water. State-of-the-art electric washing machine. For the housewife who knows best. Washing machine of the future. Brought to you by electronics pioneer Koronami Denki. KM2 model, 29,800 yen. The most important memo. Yeah, we finally got the washing machine memo. I mean, I get it in terms of, like, there's lots of stuff around the town that you find like that is, like, yeah, it's stuff for the housewife. Only the housewives do the washing. Enforcing the societal expectations for what women's roles should be. Something that Hinako is, you know, strongly against. But usually those things are just in the environment. You don't pick them up. That one, it's actually like a collectible memo. It's a bit strange. Ramune? I don't need Ramune. Already went there. Inako's room. Oh, Junko's room. Junko's bed is here, just like back then.
どこにいるの?
Oh, this is different with the kokeshi and stuff. A letter to Santa. Dear Santa, I've been a very good girl this year, and so I would like a ray gun, please. From Shimizu Hinako. Journal entry on Inari-sama. Updated. Inari-sama is actually Santa. Generally speaking, Inari-sama refers to the goddess of agriculture, Ukano Mitama. The fox was the goddess's messenger, but over time, their worship became intertwined. Nowadays, if anyone mentions Inari-sama, they'll think of the fox as well. Sakoko says that this is just the fox taking the goddess of agriculture's position for itself. She also says that the goddess and the fox are having a supernatural fight on top of the Inari statues. That wild imagination of hers never fails to make me laugh. So now we've got the 1,000-year-old tree god, Inari-sama, the fox, and the goddess of agriculture, Ukano Mitama, all sort of in this spiritual war. Oh, these journal update. Sakoko made me promise that if either one of us was going to get a boyfriend, we'd have to do so at the same time, no exceptions. Honestly, I have no interest in that kind of thing, but I went ahead with it because she seemed so set on it. Sometime after that, rumors of Kotoyuki asking for my hand in marriage spread all over town, and I can't even begin to tell you how horrible this turned out. It reached Sakoko, and now every time she sees me, she calls me traitor this, traitor that. I really didn't want it to be this way. Okay, so it wasn't even a case of, like, Hinako telling Sakoko herself. It was just the arranged marriage got out, people spread the rumors around, and Sakoko found out before Hinako could talk to her about it. I think Shu, Rinko, and I may be caught in a love triangle. You think? If Shu weren't my partner, I'd think I'd be more ready to wholeheartedly support Rinko's love for him. Rinko was over the moon when she heard about Kotoyuki's marriage proposal. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Her mortal enemy has disappeared from the battlefield of love, after all. But can love bloom on the battlefield?
に入れてって頼んだら入れてくれなかったんだって。
あらあら、気の毒だったね。
ひなちゃんは男の子と遊んでたから女の子のお遊びには入れてあげないって言われたの。
誰そんなこと言ったの？後でお姉ちゃんが叱っとくから。
純子およし、かわいそうに男の子と遊んでただけでひどいね。
女の子嫌い。ひな子は女の子嫌だ。男の子になる。
この子はもっと小さい頃から男の子とも女の子とも遊んでたからね。
昭和って不思議な時代だよね。どうして子供の世界では男女が冷やかし合い互いに拒絶し合っているんだろう。学校でも異性と話をしただけでバカにされたり冷やかされたり、私はそういうのが昔から理解できなくてのけ者にされてた。男子とかくれんぼしたい時もあれば女子とお人形で遊びたい時もあった。でも男子は私を女扱いしてあんまり仲間に入れてくれなかった。女子は私が男子と遊んでるからって仲間外れにすることも多かった。お姉ちゃんはそれをひな子は見えている世界が違うのねって言ってたっけ。でもそんな私にも私のことを女扱いせずに遊んでくれる初めての親友ができたんだ。
おい、それお前の人形だろ。落としてるぞ。宇宙作戦本部応答せよ。新たな巨大 UFO を確認。直ちに迎撃に向か
う。Okay. Yeah, Varvik, that was new. That was a new scene. Not a lot of new information, but it's nice kind of seeing the perspective of young Hinako talking about those issues where the girls didn't want to play with her because she was wanting to play with boys, how the mother reacted to that, how Junko, you know, they were both sort of on her side. And then her meeting Shu, and Shu immediately jumping into Space Wars. Where all that started for them. Yellowed calendar. Calendar was placed in the room for some reason. September 19th, 1950. Isn't it also the first time we actually see Shu and Hinako playing Space Wars as children? In a sequence like that... Oh, we got a Junko update as well. I once went to see Junko in the hospital when she was pregnant. Her morning sickness was so bad that all she could manage between vomiting was groaning. This is the pregnant monster. This is why we see it that way. Vomiting and groaning. Her hands were rough and chapped, and her face looked as though she had aged decades overnight. When I saw her like that, it was as if the sister that I adored had disappeared. This is what marriage does to a woman. It makes you end up like Junko, like Mom. Looked like Junko was in her school uniform? She was. But yeah, as far as like seeing the two of them playing Space Wars, we see these like illustrated depictions. Really just this one of the two of them as kids. But we don't see a whole lot of actual scenes or flashbacks. That is ultimately what I feel like this game really needed, was some more flashbacks, some more context. In a more proper like cutscene. Like these little moments are good too. But I feel like we needed more things to sort of show reality, both in the past and the present. We needed some more scenes showing like what's actually happening at the wedding and how everybody looks. And then more stuff of them when they're younger.
昔これで遊んでた。
I'm always alone, so I'm okay with playing by myself. This means I have the right dish and the left dish all to myself. I like to play with Kokeshi dolls a lot. I'm extra careful to share them with left Hinako and right Hinako, so it's fair to both of them. See, in this, it's like, okay, in context, it's a clue. It's just your hint for solving the puzzle, but also... sort of giving the impression that Hinako has split herself this whole time. That she thought of herself like there being two of her, even from the time that she was a child. Nice. Scales plate. September 19th, 1950 on the wall. Too bad you're in a door frame, so you're basically invincible. smells horrible. Do counters not hit walls? Counters do not hit walls. Everything else I think does. Even focus attacks. Even charged focus attacks. Counters seem like the only thing that have immunity to collision. Which means that the collision is a deliberate choice for the rest of combat. Like, that's a deliberate design choice to put you in small areas that your weapons will constantly bounce off everything. Not a fan. Not a fan of that. Ow. Oh, I'm out of sanity. I'm like, why didn't I counter? Got no sanities. Got no sanities.
もうじき壊れるな。
Hinako's diary. Just shut up, Dad. And you too, Mom. Teenage angst. This is my decision. No, our decision. Don't act like either of you gets to have a say in this. I won't become like you. We won't become like you. I know you have ulterior motives. I'm just a pig to you, aren't I? Fattened up and ready for the slaughter, huh? You think I care about your money problems? Don't try to change the way we feel. It's a little weird having her do the split personality thing. Like, I understand that being a big aspect of the game, like her splitting herself between these two Hinakos, the one holding on to this identity and the one moving forward into adulthood. But it's a little bit strange hearing and seeing so many journals and notes and things now where it's like fucking Gollum and Smeagol referring to themselves as we type of thing. Although there is similar dialogue in like Silent Hill 3, to be fair. Representing Heather talking about Alessa and the realization that she is Alessa. But, you know, thinks of those versions of herself as different people, refers to them individually and together at different times. Hey, what's up, Center Keys? Did I get sponsored for this one? I watched the mask video. It looked great. No, I was not sponsored. I was not sponsored for this. Konami and one of their affiliates reached out to send me the gift package. But, like, they didn't get the game for me. They didn't tell me, like, hey, give us a good review. You know, I've already had a lot of complaints about this game. Obviously, I'm not being paid off for reviews. I've voiced a lot of negatives towards this game as well. Not even a lot. There's more that I like about this than I dislike about it, but it's still got some questionable things. But no, not sponsored. I am partnered with Fanatical.com, and you can click the link below my stream or in the YouTube description if you're watching on YouTube. You can click my link and go to fanatical.com and save 25% on Silent Hill F for a Steam key. You can also save, I think Silent Hill 2 Remake is like 30% off. And they've got a ton of other games. It's just, they work with developers and publishers. They get legitimate Steam keys and then sell them to people at a discount. So, Fanatical's legit. I've gotten stuff through them for a long time. Back before they were even Fanatical. When they were bundle stars. Very similar to like Humble Bundle. But other than my new partnership with Fanatical, I don't have a sponsor. Don't have anyone sponsored. Definitely not through Konami. They were just kind enough to reach out and send me a gift package. Can't believe Silent Hill 2 Remake is already a year old. Yep. It's already been a whole year. And I still haven't gotten around to like everything I want to do with that game. I still need to learn speedruns. I still want to do a proper in-depth story playthrough, utilizing stuff that I learned from all my other playthroughs and research and from the cam hack. But Silent Hill F is taking up all my focus right now. We'll get back to Silent Hill 2 Remake stuff. We'll get back to all the games in the series. So I still plan on playing everything, doing story playthroughs, doing marathons, doing speedruns. For all the classic games, just like I always have. But right now, we've got a lot of new stuff. A lot of new stuff to tackle. Dude, this flower vase is still in the way. Blocking this door. Most powerful entity in this entire game is the flower vase, which you can't move just to go through there. Everyone's arguing about who do we worship, the fox god, the tree god, the goddess of agriculture. Worship the vase. The unmovable, invincible flower vase. Might as well replace this pipe. What am I using again? Counters. Okay, it is everything on the counters. Is this story mode? Action is story, and puzzles are on hard mode. Because I've already done Lost in the Fog action on my first playthrough, and hard puzzles on my first playthrough. Second playthrough, I did story action and story puzzles. So now I'm on story action and hard puzzles. So after this, all I have left is Lost in the Fog action. And I'm saving that for my last playthrough, where I'll have the most omamori and upgrades and all of that stuff to make the combat hopefully less insufferable. Heard someone say they found the puzzles on harder than Lost in the Fog. True? Not for me. Not for me. But, you know, different people are going to have different trains of logic when they're trying to solve the puzzles. And the way the puzzles are designed in this game, they are very much designed in such a way that you can easily overthink them. And I mean, that's classic Silent Hill puzzle design. That goes all the way back to Silent Hill 1. It makes me remember trying to solve the piano puzzle in Silent Hill 1 for the first time. And thinking, you know, that like the capital letters in the poem were notes on the piano. Like, oh, the D in dove is capitalized here. So maybe that's supposed to be the D note on the piano and like stuff like that. These puzzles are like that, where they give you a bunch of information and you have to interpret like what is the train of logic to solve the puzzle that the game is looking for. Because there's like 4 or 5 different ways you can interpret something. And you just have to like figure out, okay, what is the train of logic that I'm looking for? Like the dials with the different yokai, different images in the Dark Shrine, where you have the 3 dials with all the symbols on them. The little poem can be interpreted to mean like, okay, well, am I looking for the symbols that look like the limbs that were cut off from each of the yokai? Because that was like my first train of thought when I was trying to solve it, and then that didn't work. And it took me a while before I figured out like the drawings of the yokai show how many heads, arms, legs they have. That's part of it. So puzzles and stuff are pretty good, for the most part. I did spend 2 hours on a box in the school, and then my wife solved it. Instead of me sitting there suffering for another 30 minutes or however long it would have taken me to mess around with stuff. But my knowledge on plants and flowers is not very good. It's not something I've ever been very interested in and don't know a whole lot about, so trying to recognize like which of the plants is supposed to be what definitely threw me off for a while. That's all changed around. Huge blood stain in front of the bookshelf. Okay, so April 7th, 1961. April 7th, 1961. This is Hinako's diary from April 6th. My big day is tomorrow. I can't back out. I'm scared. I want to run away. I don't get it. Why is it already here? So, like, this is the wedding day. April 7th, 1961. Which means if we are seeing Hinako and her friends as students, when in reality they're in their 20s and Hinako's getting married in 1961, the rest of what we're seeing them, like, in terms of setting, would be more in the 50s than the 60s. Because we're seeing these, like, younger versions of them. The youth that Hinako is, like, clinging to. That's everything I need here. Alright, have a good night, Center Keys. Still unsure if I'm playing it or not, but in the meantime, try not to spoil yourself too much. Totally understand. But I do enjoy this game. I would recommend it. I would say it's definitely worth playing. Just to see how you like it, how you feel about it. And remember, if you don't want to pay full price for it, click on my Fanatical link, get yourself a Steam key, 25% off. That way, if you don't like it, at least you're not spending the entire full retail price on it. This is definitely a good game, Silent Hill related or not. That's the thing, is like my biggest gripes with it are because it is labeled as a Silent Hill game. And the combat. If it's going to be as action-oriented as it is, I feel like the combat stuff should have been polished a bit better. But in terms of atmosphere, visuals, music, sound design, puzzles, notes, lore, pretty much everything artistically about this game, I really, really enjoy. It's definitely worth playing just for those elements. But I would say play it on story mode, especially for a first playthrough. The game seems to be balanced around playing it on story mode first, and then delving into the harder difficulties after you've got some upgrades. It really, really seems to be balanced around that. Better or worse than Homecoming combat? It's hard to compare the two because they're different. They're very different types of combat. I prefer the combat of this game to Homecoming's combat because Homecoming's combat is equip the knife and then do light, 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 heavy, and that's it. That's Homecoming's combat. Equip the combat knife, do the exact same combo, stun lock everything in the game with that same combo and win. So it's like, not only do you have all the clunky aspects of things that I complain about with this game's combat, where like your weapons bounce off the environment, that's a thing in Homecoming too. Your dodges don't really have iframes, that's a thing in Homecoming as well. There's a lot of things I complain about with this game's combat that is also in Homecoming, but Homecoming doesn't have the depth that this game's combat does. I don't get to have fun making different Omamori builds and trying different weapon combinations with those builds and like all the different attacks and counters and dodges. It's at least more involved. I feel like I have more agency over what I'm doing. Whereas, yeah, Homecoming, there's no point. Sakoko, Hinako, and Shu. Get out of here, Rinko. I love the watery effect like this. And then you've got the lanterns and stuff up above, almost like the Dark Shrine. See, this is what I mean. There's moments where this game, like this is one of my favorite parts of the game. Is Hinako's house, going through the Shimizu house at this point in the game. This and the school, and pretty much the whole town area for the first like half of the game are all really, really good, in my opinion. Need to melt the wax. Reminds me of the Maria fight in Silent Hill 2 Remake. Maria would shove James back into the hotel space and attack from above before James fought his way back up. In Hinako's case, she's underwater trying to get back above it. That's an interesting way to look at it. No! Fucking walls. See, this is what I mean, dude. I just want to fucking kill the thing. I just want to fight the guy, and we're in the hallway, so... I'm just constantly bouncing off the walls, man. at the very least, against most of the other enemies, they move fast enough where you can sort of just, like, back up, go somewhere else, lure them into a place that's better to fight them. But those fucking annoying little puke bastards. Sit there and wander around right next to shit where they're like the most annoying things to approach. Like, what did I even bounce off there? I was standing here, trying to attack in this direction. And I think the sword clipped the damn shelf behind me. So it just bounces off, cancels my attack, and puts me in a stagger state for enemies to just kind of do whatever they want for several seconds. Having collision in a Silent Hill game famous for being filled with narrow hallways is straight up bad design. I mean, that's the thing. Regardless of what Silent Hill is known for, this game is trying to branch out and do some different stuff, but they decided to keep a lot of the same cramped, claustrophobic level design. And again, counterattacks ignore environment collision. So it's like that is an intentional mechanic to have everything bouncing off stuff as much as it does in environments that are just yeah. Not a good design choice. That's the thing. If your game is going to be so focused on action and combat, the action and combat needed to be the priority in terms of like how much polish it gets. If you're going to have a ton of combat and you're going to have a ton of action, it needs to feel good throughout the entire game. And stuff like that really breaks the flow of things. Yeah, just spam screen moves. Also, I love getting hit even when I perfect dodge. That's not one of the monster ones. One of the herdy ones. But yeah, these are some of those design choices that are questionable to me. Like not having any iframes on your perfect dodge. Having so many close quarters situations where you're stuck in small environments and you have all these weapons that you can only do like big wide swings with. So they'll just constantly bounce off of shit. Sledgehammer's the real MVP. It really is. Really is.
マジでそれ冗談だろ
Oh, Hinako telling Shu the news?
大マジ。
そんなやつ俺知らねえよ覚えてもねえよ第一それが急に今頃になってわけがわかんねえよな
どうしようか。相棒はどう思う？
それはひな子が自分で考えて決めるしかねえよ俺が口出しできることじゃねえし
おかしいよね。それに私女扱いされるの嫌だし、相棒だって似合わないって思うでしょ。
うん
だよね。私も似合わないって思うし。
そう決めつけるなよ答えを急ぐな悪い癖だぞもっと時間をかけてゆっくりと考えろ心を落ち着けて静かに心の中の自分と対話しろ
そうだな。相棒の言う通りだ。
大丈夫かまた頭痛かお前は悩み込むとすぐ頭痛に出るな我慢せずに薬飲めよひどくなってからじゃ遅いんだからな
買ったやつ全然効かないんだ。
そうかまた俺が見繕ってやるからお前の体質に合ったやつを探してみる
ありがとう相棒。やっぱり頼りになるな。
いいかどんな選択も焦って選んだら必ず後悔するじっくり考えるんだそれだけは絶対に約束しろ
お姉ちゃんにも同じこと言われたよ。わかった相棒、約束する。
Okay, so we had... That's a new scene, by the way. We've got more background there with Hinako telling Shu the news, kind of how he reacts, where he starts getting the opportunity to give her the White Claudia pills, the medicine, saying that it's for her headaches and stuff like that, but he makes mention of like having a conversation with yourself, which is something that he was doing through the use of that medicine. He wanted Hinako to do the same thing. But yeah, it is kind of scummy, Random IV. That's exactly what I'm about to talk about. The idea that the pills, the White Claudia medicine, is supposed to be what lets you speak to your inner self. But he gives them to her under the guise of like helping with her headaches. He doesn't let her make the choice to take them knowing what they are. He deceives her. He tricks her into taking them. Because he thinks that's what's best, rather than letting Hinako decide for herself. Okay, so we've got Wind and Waves and Nothing, Fox and a white bird. Swords and a blackbird. Scales and nothing. The sword and the fox fought, battling upon a set of scales. After a long and vicious fight, the fox fell to the sword. In the aftermath, their seal upon the land vanished without a trace. The sword raises itself heavenward, the scales now dedicated to the rising sun. Go, white bird, fly away and never come back. The white bird took to the air and flew towards the horizon, becoming a silhouette against the setting sun. So, rising sun, sword would be on the east. Or excuse me, sword is heavenward, so sword is on top. Scales on the east. White bird in the west. And nothing on the bottom. Vanished without a trace after they fought. Also... Okay, yeah. That puzzle's always... Well, it's not always the same, but the journal entry and stuff is always the same. So... Sword on top, nothing on bottom, white bird on left, scales on right. Got it.
でも何の話だろう。
ひなこ、いるなら返事ぐらいして。しゅうくんが来てるって言ってるでしょ。
相棒、調子はどうだ？
調子って？私調子悪くないよ。
最近学校でも上の空じゃないか。俺たちが話しかけてもぼんやりしてるし、悩みすぎてまた頭痛がひどくなってるんじゃないかって思ってさ。
全然。
そうか。
うん、心配しすぎだよ。ごめんね。お手洗い行ってくるね。
あ、うん。ひなこのお母さん言ってたな。最近隠れて何かを読んでいるって。
Oh, you're gonna be snooping.
ごめん。タンスの裏に何か見えたんで。
読んだ？
え？
何も読んでないよね。忘れて。週には関係ないから。
何も読んでないよ。というか字なんて何も。
ごめん。帰ってもらっていい？今日は体調が悪いの。
お前さ、
帰って。
分かった。また明日。
Okay. That's new as well. Shu trying to snoop and figure out what's going on with her. Hinako acting especially strange, but if this is after, like, the wedding thing, it could be, in terms of the story as it's presented for New Game, it could be just her stressing out about the wedding. In terms of the deeper spiritual crazy god lore that's going on, this is like the split Hinako or the possessed Hinako. See if we get a new cutscene with her. Ooh, game lagged. Ah, Ah, this is
私おか
new.
しいのかな。心がね、自分でも不安になるくらいにすごく大きく早くおかしくなっていくの。サクコに聞いたらそれは恋なんじゃないかって言うんだけれど、本当にそうなのかな。私が想像していた恋っていうのはもっともっとじっくり温かで酸っぱいんだけれど、ほんのり甘くてくすぐったくて、そういうものだと思ってた。でもね、今の私はそれとは全然違う。これは温かで酸っぱくて甘いんだけれど、まるで誰かに足をつかまれて沼の底に無理やり引きずり込まれるような、そんな感じなの。とても心地いいよ。でもね、なぜかずっと心のどこかで怖さも覚えているの。これは本当に恋なのかな。私だけが特別なのかな。あなたはどう思う？ねえいや、わからない。でも一つだけわかるよ。あなたのその気持ちは多分シュウに感じたものとは全く別の、全く異形の何か。私とあなた、どちらもヒナコだけれど、きっとどちらかが間違っている。
It's definitely not me. I've got bunny ears. I could never be wrong.
お願い。もし私が間違っていたなら、私を殺して、ねえ解放して。さもなきゃ私があんたを殺すから。
Okay. And then we get the face peel, which is like Hinako coming to that realization. That's why the bride monster Hinako is missing her face. She's given up that aspect of herself, that part of her identity. But we're seeing like the process of that happen with Hinako, where the face first comes off. New stuff with Shu. We've always had this unspoken rule that we shouldn't view each other as boys and girls, so we've always called each other partner growing up. But with time, our bodies slowly developed into that which we rejected. If I start viewing Shu as the man he's growing into, I feel like our precious relationship will come to an end, and the thought of losing him absolutely petrifies me. Shu is probably also starting to have the same thoughts as me, but he still treats me as his partner. I swear that I want to stay by Shu's side as his partner, and not in a romantic way either, but at the same time, there's some strange part of me that wants him to acknowledge me as a girl. Okay. I mean, I like that they're adding some depth, some complexity to the relationship. It's not just friends. It's not just like mutual crush on each other. It's a lot more deep and complicated. The fact that they were friends for so long, that they built that friendship as children around Hinako not wanting to be viewed as just a girl or a boy. She just wanted to play with whoever. But then growing into an adult, like, not only do you change your perspective on others and yourself, but you've got society, the way that they're all viewing you as just a woman and a man hanging out all the time. Can't be friends. There must be something going on. That type of thing. And I mean, shit, this is 1960s Japan. 50s and 60s Japan. It's still like that, even to this day. In a lot of places, for a lot of people. Where it is difficult to do, like... It's obviously a lot more liberal now, but... It's still difficult to just be accepted as yourself if you're not conforming to people's expectations. But I'm glad they're showing a little bit more of that dynamic between them. Man, my sword is fucked up. I just need to sledgehammer for a bit. And I think I need to put the otter. I'm gonna put the otter on the build. For faster durability regeneration. Baseball bat. It's all scribbled over. We can no longer see what's on the calendar. But this is like the wedding day, the way everybody's like celebrating and talking. It's also the day that she considers having let go of all of these childhood connections, which is why we see that her friends represented as the corpses here. If you go off of the new game ending, she literally killed them. But I think everything else is pointing towards that being metaphorical, her just letting go of these childhood connections, being forced into moving past all of this because of the arranged marriage.
Sako, 遅かったな。今から始めるところだったぞ。誰のなんだと。それではご一同様、包丁のさえをどうぞご覧くださいよなんだその言い草は。
We don't have a choice. It's the role of a woman in society. Oh. I just want to take my time and look around the arena a little bit. I hadn't really done that. Defeat your parents. Yeah, the objective stuff popping up throughout the game. Those are the kind of options I wish I had to like turn off. All right, we got to kill Mom. We got to kill Mom first this time. Okay, so Mom just still gets back up for this part. Do we still get the little smile at the end? Oh, we do. We get that no matter what. Huh. I figured there would be more differences if you kill Mom first.
これを飲みなさい。少し楽になるはずだ。
It's 4 locos. It'll make you feel better.
Wa
まだ体が馴染まないのだろう。よくここまでこらえてくれた。
Technokami. Imbibe the Baja Blast. The sacred Baja Blast. Sorry, I'm still not used to my monster arm. I love the... For some reason that is funny to me. Like her holding the bowl with the monster arm and it falls.
これでは皆様に愛想を尽かされてしまうでしょうか。
そんなことは私が許しはしない。少し血色が良くなった。君の体にも合うようだ。先祖の霊に備えた米と水を混ぜ合わせてこしたものだ。神聖な力が宿っている。
もう立てます。ありがとうございます。
そうか、気をつけて。行こう。君のために用意した一番大切なものがある。
はい。
Box girl needs her big sippies? I mean, look, sometimes you just gotta sit down with your spouse and slurp on some rice water. Other than Otter, we can just keep using this build. Just put on Utsu. Oops. Box crest puzzle. Okay, that's the same. Oh yeah, stuff updates. Just the mural. Whitebird flies free from her cage. Her shadow follows close behind her. Fox raises a lantern as he watches them fly away. There is nothing he can do now. Okay. Have a good night, Tech. Rejoice, for you are saved from that world of filth. Sairen Tohiru. Look at all the friends. The auto counters. Okay, so this one is just a little torture room. I was curious about going the wrong way here, because I don't think I had. Maybe I did once. I know I went the wrong way on some of the later Fox rooms, but I couldn't remember if I went the opposite way on this first one. Yokon? Yeah. That's exactly what's going on, Random Ivy. You pull out the thing, the object, which is like an arrowhead or a spear tip from the Fox statue, and it turns towards the door that you're supposed to open, the way that you're supposed to go. I noticed that on the first playthrough, but I was curious what happens if you go the wrong way.
娘。
Can't open it. Scroll of pity. Rejoice, for you are free from your ignorant, uncultured parents.
不教養かもしれないけれど。
Scrolls seem to be different as well compared to previous playthroughs, I think.
終わりましたでしょうか。
More divine water. No. Back into the torture chamber. Not the right way. Yeah, this is the one that I usually go the wrong way on. I think I've done it on every playthrough. Because you don't have the statues. Yeah, you don't have the statues. I'm trying to see if there is something cluing you in to go right instead of left here. There's like bloody splotches in both directions. There's lanterns by each door. These are not facing towards one or the other. QB biting a man on the leg. A representation of Kotoyuki when he was bit. No room for arare. My snacks. Yeah, and then this one, you don't have a statue to pull the arrowhead or spearhead out of. Yeah, this is the wrong one. Yeah, whenever you go to the wrong one here, it's another little torture chamber. You just have to fight. Gotta kill the things so you can go back through. No. Do the move I can counter. Do the move I can counter. Do the counterable move. Thank you. Do it. Okay, so it's like neither of the side rooms. Ow. So it's this one. Like the only one none of the foxes are looking at all. From so far away. Take that, Drum Chungus.
これは無垢で怯えた。
this should have one. Yeah, where we can pull out the arrowhead. And get the scroll of pity. Rejoice, smile, serve, obey. For every last drop of blood shall be sacrificed.
どうしてここに
純子さん。
お取り込み中ごめんなさい。ひなことほんの少しだけ話がしたいのだけれど、よろしいかしら。
では。
お姉ちゃん。
まだ生きてるのね。
うん。
しっかりなさい。
しっかりって。
未練は拙速では立てない。そう思い時間を与えたけれど、生きていてもいいなんて考えてないわよね。そんな甘えは許さない。殺せ、必ず。
もう少し外していた方がいいかな。
いいえ。お時間をありがとうございます。それではこれにて。
姉妹で語り合えたかね。
はい。
My sister keeps telling me to kill my childhood self, who may or may not actually exist as an entity. Still slightly unclear on that. That's kind of everything at this point of trying to understand this game, though, is like how much of this is literal? How much of this is actual gods and spirits and Hinako having two selves versus is how much of it is metaphorical, if all of it? Puzzle time. Whitebird flies free from her cage. Her shadow follows close behind her. Fox raises a lantern as he watches them fly away. Okay. This is the lantern. This is the... Thank you. Prompt. Fox raises the lantern. Bird flies away. Oops. And Shadow close behind. White bird flies free from her cage. Shadow follows close behind her. So, I mean, there's only so many of these that are not in a cage. Could be these. Especially if you consider the shadow being close behind. White bird flies free from her cage. Shadow follows close behind her. Fox raises a lantern as he watches them fly away. It makes it sound like they're all three supposed to be very close together. This could be the lantern being raised. This could be flying free out of a cage, and this could be close behind. As could this. This could be Fox. They're holding out a lantern. I mean, there's so many of them holding lanterns. What is going to be considered raising a lantern as he watches them fly away? This feels like the most appropriate for that. Free from her cage. So I feel like it has to be in one of these 3 spots. That is just... There's only 3 spots that are not in cages. Shadow close behind might be this one. This is like the first one I tried. Yeah, it's not that. I mean, we can just sort of try this everywhere, and that'll narrow down if one of the other 2 is in the wrong spot. Okay, so one of those is not in the correct spot. Still feel like that is going to be the most, like, Fox raising a lantern appropriate one. So let's try White Sparrow in the fan. Oops. And then Black Sparrow being the shadow. Says following close behind, so I doubt it's going to be this far from the White Sparrow. But let's try. So it's not any of those. Maybe that is the wrong Fox placement. Okay, first half of this is the same on all the difficulties. That doesn't really give any hints. It's just place the crests. White bird flies free from her cage. Her shadow follows close behind her. Fox raises a lantern as he watches them fly away. This is the only one who's, like, really raising up a lantern. Like this one up in the front. Like this one might be... Wait. Raises a lantern, not raises a cage. I'm looking at the damn bird cages as lanterns again. mean, if those are all bird cages, none of them have lanterns. Watches them fly away. I feel like White Sparrow has got to be in one of these spots that's not a cage. Shadow follows close behind. There's only so many of these that are close. Unless that one is supposed to be a bird getting out of its cage, which is why they're like focused on it. Oh my god, I hate the interface for this puzzle. Couldn't you let me like zoom in and go quickly from spot to spot? Damn it. Fox. Cageless bird, shadow close behind. Both in view of the fox. Okay, puzzle. What is the logic? What is the logic you're looking for from me? The white bird flies free from her cage. Her shadow follows close behind her. White bird is not in a cage. Black bird is somewhere close to the white bird. Fox raises a lantern as he watches them fly away. Watches them fly away implies that it's somewhere close enough to the other two. If the solution winds up having the white and black sparrows far apart from each other, or the white sparrow in a cage, I'm gonna lose my shit. What is... That's the thing. This is what I was talking about earlier with this game's puzzles. They're so designed for you to overthink, to not get the right train of logic that they want you to utilize. And you just kind of have to cycle through, like, okay, what is this? What could this mean? What is this? What could this mean? Like, we know what the white bird is. We know what the fox is. It doesn't specifically say anything about the black bird. It just says her shadow. So your implication is like, that is the black bird. But maybe that's the wrong logic? The white bird flies free from her cage, to me, sounds like it would be in one of the positions that is not in a cage. But flying free from her cage, are we supposed to interpret that the bird is, like, on its way out of one of these cages? Where we would still place it in one? And then Fox raises a lantern as he watches them fly away. None of them have lanterns. If these are all meant to represent bird cages. But the first time I was doing this puzzle, I thought these were lanterns as well. I couldn't figure out if they were lanterns. And in one of the other difficulties, it's established that these are cages. If they switch up what the image is supposed to represent from difficulty to difficulty, that's kind of bullshit. If it is like, oh, on Into the Fog, they're bird cages, but on hard mode, they're lanterns. But even this one has reference of the white bird flying free from her cage. Like, visually, how am I supposed to interpret these cylindrical objects that the foxes are carrying? Are they cages? Are they lanterns? Are they both? Those two are close by. None of these options seems right. I mean, clearly I haven't solved it, so none of these are right, but none of my potential placements make sense to me. White bird free from a cage. Shadow is close behind. So if the fan, the cart, and the back of this fox are the only things that are not in a cage, we can assume the white sparrow goes in one of those. And that the black sparrow is in something close to it, following close behind. Let's try this. And then see if the fox fits in. Not on this. Is this a raised lantern? No. Is this a raised lantern? No. No. So these are not in the right spot. If this is flying free, this could be shadow, and that could be shadow as well. Down below it. Fox here. No. Fox here. No. See, now the fox is going to be so far away that if one of these is correct, the puzzle doesn't make sense to me because it says he can watch them and there's nothing else he can do. So yeah, that's not correct. Let's move this to here. Try fox in every other spot again. Definitely the best original Silent Hill in a long time. Yeah. Although that's, that's kind of a low bar. Not including remakes and you know, like Silent Hill 2 remake and stuff. This is better than Ascension. It's better than Short Message. And before that, we haven't had anything since PT back in 2014. Before that was Downpour and Book of Memories in 2012. So, I mean, yeah, best original Silent Hill in a long time. That is a incredibly low bar. Also, hey, Crimson. Hope you're doing well. Damn. I really dislike the logic on this one. The other versions, the other difficulties for this made more sense to me. The way that the phrasing for them was. Like, I still kind of got stumped on this one, even on In the Fog and a little bit on story, but this one is weird. White bird flies free from her cage. Shadows close behind. Fox raises a lantern. Again, I hate the fact that visually I was reading the mural, like the things the foxes are carrying as lanterns the first time around. And that threw me off from getting the solution because I was supposed to be viewing them as bird cages. If this is now flipping that to where you're supposed to be perceiving everything like the actual imagery different, like sometimes it's a bird cage, sometimes it's a lantern, that kind of sucks. Bird flies free. Okay, so maybe I'm I'm trying to push my other train of logic. That's the hardest part about these puzzles. Once you get on a wrong train of logic, it's hard to put it out of your head. Because I'm like, there's got to be, the white one's got to be in a spot that's not in a cage. But if these are not cages this time, they were cages in other difficulties. But if they're lanterns now, then like, this is the only fox that's really raising a lantern. I've already tried these. Already tried these. Is it these? Is it the two foxes that are like leaving, going the opposite direction? Are you flying free? And are you the shadow close by? Oh my god. They did it. They turned the cages into lanterns, depending on what difficulty you're in. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like the inconsistent logic from difficulty to difficulty. If the mural is supposed to depict what the foxes are carrying as cages, they should be cages consistently, as opposed to switching it up on difficulty and be like, oh no, they're lanterns now. Because you did have to put the fucking white bird in one of them. It was more about the foxes that are carrying it leaving the group, like flying free with the other one behind it. I don't like that. I don't like that so much. It's already easy enough to overthink and get on the wrong train of logic, but then to then subvert your logic based on previous playthroughs to change how you visually interpret something that is the same exact visual. If they changed the visual, if the mural was slightly different depending on difficulty, to make more clear, like, what is a cage, what is a lantern, I wouldn't mind that so much. But that kind of sucks. Okay, whatever. We got it. We're moving on.
This is your money. So, you too.
Time for the vine boom. My favorite stock sound effect. Random Ivy says that explains why I had so much trouble with this puzzle. First run did hard puzzle, in subsequent puzzles I chose different difficulties and felt dumb as hell. That's how I feel right now. I did this on Lost in the Fog first. And interpreted the visuals in an entirely different way to correctly solve that. Which is also fairly consistent with story mode puzzles. God, that fucking vine boom sound effect.
これで最後。よくここまでついてきてくれた。
一緒だからここまで来られました。
もうわずかの辛抱だ。
はい。
Is it possible the mural puzzle is dependent on the ending you're locked into at this point? Maybe. It might be New Game Plus dependent if you're going for different endings. It might be because of the change in difficulty. Until I do more playthroughs, I won't know for sure. Because some stuff is different because of the difficulty level, some stuff is different because of the New Game Plus aspect, some stuff is different because of the ending that I'm locked into at this point. And I don't know which is which. Oh. Oh, it doesn't let you get that close. I don't think I ever followed that closely behind Bride Hinako. And then you're forced to fight here anyway. Combination of enemies is so annoying. Okay, alright. Just fucking, you need to die. And quit putting your crap all over the floor.
せだった日々を今すぐ返せ。
Reason I ask is because the mural puzzles stories we've gotten seem to reflect different overall story endings. I mean, I haven't seen the ending that I'm going to get for this playthrough yet, so I don't know how much the mural lines up with a scene that I have not watched. Like, that seems like insight that you would have after having done all of the puzzles and seen all the endings. Which I have not yet.私の大切なものを全て奪ったな。私自身も奪うがいい。だがな、ただで済むと思うなよ。 Not what I meant to use. This part's really laggy.
嫌だ、もう嫌。私の町を返して。
Might as well keep these items, because I can't draw Omamori anymore. So the only reason to cache stuff in is if I find an Emma. That's still the same.
こうはならない。絶対。 になさいよ。
I'm actually stuck inside of the creature now. I can't move. Okay, you know what? Oh, toolkit. Get out of the way, God.
これがどれだけ失礼なことかあなたにも十分分かっているはず。殺しなさい。殺しなさい。さあそれがあなたのためです。死になさい。
属性の娘、かように貧弱な嫁事は。
どうか心安らかな日々を。
それではお別れを。あなたが幸せをつかんでくれることを願っています。
I like how it starts us, this sort of symbolic moment of killing off youthful Hinako. And we're right back in front of the candy store. Cam hack is going to be fun. I wonder if Sakoko is underneath all those flowers somewhere in there. Anyway, time to do forced combat gauntlets all the way back home. Not for your futile efforts, no one would have been hurt. Alright. I don't feel like doing the gauntlet right now. So we'll finish this up tomorrow. It's pretty late. My sleep schedule's ruined. And I kind of hate this part of the game. Just going to each doll and having to fight each wave of enemies all the way back to the Shimizu house. Gets really old. And I'm tired and my head hurts and I don't want to do that. So we're going to call it right here.